Hello. How are you all today? And I see the microphone has broken immediately. Let's try the restart mic button. Does that work? No. Well, fiddlesticks. Why is the mic not working? Let's just have a quick look. I'd just like to know why that icon is appearing. The microphone works in OBS, it's just getting it to work in Unity is a bit of a pain. I'm appreciating how difficult it is for like Doig to get the microphones all hooked up, and he has two to deal with. What was I looking for? This, so that I could go to that, I could look in there. Yeah, supposedly it's setting up microphone. I wonder what happened. Let me try quitting and restarting the overlay. Let's see. Ah, there we are. My mouth works. Maybe it was just a permissions thing. Maybe it's because when I build it, it asks for permissions again. So, anyway, we have a mouth that moves. Yay! I like it when my mouth moves. Lets you know that I'm saying something. So, welcome to today's Sunday stream, where it is quite warm outside, and hopefully you cannot hear the fan that I have blowing. Unfortunately I can't have it blowing at my head or upper body because the mic picks it up, so it is blowing at my legs and feet, and hopefully that keeps me cool somehow. We will see, but yes, it is meant to be about 22 degrees outside at the moment, and then tomorrow it's meant to get 26. That is not a real temperature. Should not be allowed. And I know some people are going to get it even warmer, but those temperatures shouldn't be allowed either. I think I saw that in Belgium it's going to be 45 degrees at some point in the next week. Again, 45 degrees is not a real temperature. It should not be allowed. Well, thankfully, Monday is meant to be the warmest day here. And then it is meant to cool down. Oh, I've just looked and it's meant to be 27 tomorrow now. Oh, yippee. But then it's meant to be like 20, 18 or whatever during the rest of the week. So, yeah. Anyway, at least I know I've said it before, but I am glad that I have an office where I can get some real airflow in, get some windows that open properly, don't have the sun shining in on it, and now have a computer that doesn't pump out a lot of heat when I push it. Amazing what a difference all those things combined make. Anyway, why don't we go and do some coding and make this computer pump out some heat and make it get warm. So, yeah. One saving grace to the weather, there does seem to be a breeze, which is always nice. Oh, that's a fair point. As I've rebuilt, you'll notice that I have my new walls in place, which look significantly better than what I had there before. The shadows are still meh, but we will be able to fix those with textures probably. I want to possibly today, because I finished building the console, I'll probably towards the end of the stream today try and get the console textured and see if we can get it into the stream. And then I need to UV unwrap these walls so that I can actually paint them up. And what I want to try and do, I'm not particularly good at this, but why not show how not good I am at things to the internet? I am going to try and export these and bring them into Procreate and just mess around in Procreate, painting textures for the walls, and just see how that goes. If I inevitably give up and just do it all in Photoshop with layer effects and vectors. But yeah, we'll try the painting thing. It will be fun if I can pull it off. I may want to actually extract the floor and have the floor be a separate object, so that way I can texture the walls, because the actual walls in here, you can just see there's a faint line up here. So the wall for the actual bridge is sort of from here and it just goes around the front to the other side. And then this wall with the door is a separate wall. So yeah, we'll be able to work it out. I want to go for sort of probably a mid-grade, because I don't stand out quite as much. Like, I stand out a lot more against here than I do against the walls at the moment. So I'm probably going to go for more of a mid-grey panel effect. I think I've shown before, probably sort of colours, like in terms of like shades, maybe something similar to like if you've ever seen Star Trek Voyager, the Intrepid class there. So, but first off, we are going to get some work done on Streamline. Oh yeah, I need to fix the roof as well at some point. I will fix that when I decide what to do. I still want to do like a window up there. I think it would look super cool having a window so you can see the space going by. But yeah, let's focus on Streamline. We want to try and get as much done today, because this is the last day that I'm going to dedicate to Streamline. I mean, I'm still going to work on it, but it is going to be locked, like fixed to the Wednesday streams, because I need to get started on the next version of Coppice. So tomorrow we are going to start planning exactly what we're going to add to that and get it released, because I want to focus on some improvements to canvases in Coppice, and some of them should be quite fun and exciting to play around with. So yes, I want to try and get as much of this done today as possible. So stream may go a bit late. I haven't got that much on tonight. I think I've got a D&D game, but that is not until the evening. So we'll definitely go till 4, may go beyond that, but we will see. So let's get started. And I have myself a nice warm cup of tea, which is what you want when it's warm out, but sadly I need caffeine. I also did some vacuuming up before I got on stream, because normally I would do that on Monday, but considering Monday is meant to be exceedingly hot from fairly early on, I'd rather pump out a bit of heat today and a bit tomorrow rather than doing it all at once. So where we got to is we got our stream infrastructure in place, and we got the start of our scene stuff working. So what we want to do is get these displaying actual scenes. At the moment we're just returning 5 items and colouring them whatever the accent colour is. So, I have realised I have not accounted for where I'm going to stick a add button for the scene. Now, one thing we could do is have one of these technically be an add button. So you always have one additional one to add a scene. That could work. Let's all shut that. So what I'm thinking is, I've got my there. So you'd have this here, and we could probably SF. Let's just sketch plus. Still need to hoover. It's been nearly a week since you meant to. Yeah, it's something where I try to get into a routine with doing housework where possible. So I mean, I'm trying to get into a routine. Monday morning I will vac up the house and I'll do my washing and stuff on Friday and get all that done. So it's just trying to get into do these bit by bit and trying to split them up over multiple days, and just like, okay, rather than I've got to clean the house and do the washing and do this, that and the other, it's just like today was meant to just be food shop and a little bit tidy. Tomorrow, if it wasn't boiling hot, was going to be vac the house and do a bit more tidying. And it's just split it over a few days, so you have 2 or 3 tasks to do, and it just makes it easier. Right. Probably to be about centered there, and then the rectangle. First of all, no fill. We don't want the inner shadow. We don't want overlay of the crop shadow. What we do want is the stroke, which is going to be about that colour. Is no, we want it. Oh no, that's it. About color. Oh yeah, I forgot. We can't pattern rope play styles. Can so we could do it like that. I don't like that. Okay, see you in a bit, Kieran. Alright. Control C. L. Oh, Doggy's Poggers has followed. Thank you very much. I agree with the sentiment. Right. What do I want? Why? Oh, I said. There we go. Then capacity. So the thing is, I like this idea. Because when it's empty, you can just add, like, click to add your scene. The other option is to stick it up in the top right, but the top right just never feels right, so we could stick it in the bottom left, but then... Ham. This is why building software is hard. It's not trying to solve like super complex problems. It is, where do I place an add button? So, when you have these scenes, like when you're in the scenes view, you need to be able to add one of these. And it's trying to work out where I want to put the add button. I could make it a cell that you click on. That has an advantage where when this is empty, when you've created a new stream, you can just click new scene and it's showing something in there rather than being completely empty. But then you always have it visible. And if you have a lot of scenes for some reason, or you make the window small, it may be off screen. So that's a negative. I could stick it up here, but the problem is that just does not feel right because you almost never have a plus button in the top right view. Usually like the bottom left, but if I stick it in the bottom left, it's sort of there by itself. I really need some sort of toolbar down there, which, ooh, that's a fair point. Do I have one? This could actually affect things. Okay, so I do have a toolbar down here. Which means that I don't need a toolbar up here for these things, because these can always stay down here. Okay, that solves it. Already solved the problem. So we're just going to stick a toolbar down there to add them. And then this thing here will shift down there as well. Okay. It's nice when my past self has solved problems for future me. It would be nice if Xcode would not be so annoying. All I want is to leave this open, because if this is closed, look at what you can do. Oh wow, you can click on stuff. Whereas here, you can see all the stuff inside of it and rename things and all stuff like that. And I wish... Actually, is there a way? Oh, that's document outline. Never underestimate the power of the rubber duck. In fact, rubber duck is so powerful. There we go. It is in the to-do list. Add a rubber duck to the overlay. When I'm stuck, I can go and ponder at the shrine of rubber duck. Maybe there'll just be a room and it's just a shrine to the rubber duck where we go and speak to the rubber duck to try and solve our problems. Right, what I'm looking for, care about that navigation. Okay, that's not helping. How do thing, rubber duck? Right, so I want to go into the scenes view, and this needs to shift up, and we want an NS. Done it again, I've done spotlight. Custom box, which we are going to make. How big is this? So it's 32, so we may want to tweak the sidebar, because 24 is kind of small. So we want -1, -1, -1, and 32. Then I want that to be a 0. Sure that our scroll view doesn't have a border. This does have a border, and we want border color. Fill color is going to be window background. No, not window background color. see what this looks like. Okay, and then just want to add a button. Just a simple push. Okay, there's SF symbols for lungs now. Title and not bordered. Zero, 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 and let's make the width. Oh, yeah, we didn't want that last zero. Okay, so we've got a button to add a scene, which means that we need to hook that button up to an action. Now, I'm going to do view model dot scene. That is eventually going to have an argument for the current selection so that we can create the scene after. So, we're going to create scene after this. So self dot create scene. Okay, we need to change that. That needs to be in a stream. Create scene in stream. So the view model actually needs to take in that scene, a stream. Actually, no, that one does. Yes, it does. Or create in self-dots. And then we want to update index That means that a scene, a sorting. Oh, we're gonna have to no, actually we don't actually have any scenes in, so we should be good. Oh, we're gonna stream that. Oh no, we don't want to. Okay. I will be back in 2 seconds because I just need to go and sort something out. So I will see you all in a few minutes. Okay, I am back. So, I also, as a way, figured out what I need to do here. I've got model controller. I can do this. Okay, good luck with the hoovering, Kieran. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. Right. So we have here we want to do scene.stream. Stream. And then what we want to do is actually it wants to be after index. Index is inside the stream. You can create a track. Hi Sinister. Oh no! Internet's bad. What's wrong with the internet? Are you just having an off day or? Besides bad internet, how are you? Add playlist. Bunch of storms. Hopefully nothing has been badly damaged or anything. We currently have the opposite of storms. We have blue skies and warm temperatures. I may say too warm. So, I want to go into the stream, I want to get the sorted scenes, and I want to insert it at an index. And if I insert, because there's a lot of stuff I need to keep track of here. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is stream. Got scenes, var. Sorted scene. An array of scene. Well, I'm going to return self.scenes.sorted by $0.sort index is less than $1.sort. So our final index is going to be I'm going to start at 0. If after index is greater than 0, oh, actually no, we can do if after index is, want to get the sorted stuff, let our sorted seeds if the after index is greater than not equal sorted seeds that count after index count. So if for some reason the index is greater than or equal to the not the final index. If the after index is greater than or equal to the sorted scenes that count, then we're going to do sorted scenes that count. Else, if final index is greater than 1, then the final index after index plus 1 because we're moving it to the index after. Then we want to do sorted scene dot sort index final index and or scene in sorted scenes from final index to sorted scenes that count. Actually no, we want probably index or index and so for index in that we want sorted dot sorted scenes index dot sort index plus equals 1. That should work. So if the index is, let's say, 2 and you have 4 items already, 0, 1 after the object index 2, it should insert it between, should insert it index 3 and then move what is at index 3 to index 4. So we're going to go through, blah blah blah, it's not greater than that, it's greater than -1 though. So 2 plus 1 is 3. We set our scene sort index to 3. And then between 3 and or, well, between 3 and 3, which gives us 3, so index 3, we add the sort index, because our sorted scenes is fixed here, even though we set that there. Okay, that should work. So, create scene in stream, after index, and if I go and get callers on that, -1. Okay, so that should create a new scene. Then what we want to do, reload data there, and we want version. Private var plus scene server. Copy paste more. Oh, we reload there. And nation. Okay, so then we need to go here and implement. which is all self.collectionView.reload data. And then we're going to do self.model. Wait. Sorted scene. And we fail. Why? That needs stream, which we can from the model. Why are we failing now? Yes, it does. Right there. Right, count. Okay, so we don't have anything there, but when we click that, we still have nothing there. When we click that, we still have nothing there. So, why is that not working? So they're being created, we're just not getting the observation, passing stuff in. So... that is being... That pops a change. Curious. Yeah, so I've got change. Wait, what? Oh, my... so streamline.scene controller dot collection self scene. Up the change route. Go in. Oh, we're going through each collect. Okay. Self. We're going to notify observer. Then we get to the scene. Zero element. Am I observing the wrong thing? Am I observing the stream by accident? No? Oh! When you create the code, you must call the code, otherwise the code never actually runs. Programming 101. Right, here, there we are. I'll click the button and we are creating stream. So, next thing to do is to look at this scene. That's a scene. Predicate. I'm not sure we're actually going to use the predicate too much. Actually, this is all the old way of doing it. Start time, duration. Yeah, this was all implemented way before I actually changed how things are working. Right, so in that case we need to tweak some stuff. Where's the YouTube again? Because now a scene has a playlist, and then you can toggle, does it shuffle? You can set a transition with a certain like duration or whatever, or well, it depends on what the transition is. Just a certain set of options, and you have the end action. Okay. Okay, so that shouldn't be too hard to do. We can do enums for the transition and the end action. So, eat those out. So the properties are going to be the appearance properties. And then we're going to mark appearance properties. Option. Okay, well, welcome to the stream. Hopefully I pronounced your name right. Hello from the UK. How are things in Sweden? Right, what do we want here? We want our options. Shuffle is just going to be a boolean. Why is this so slow? That is so much of my CPU. OBS is using some of the CPU, but not a ridiculous amount. Oh, is it Safari? Because I've got the dashboard open. Close that. Have that up. That looks better. Why on earth is my Stream Deck using 45% CPU when the screen is off? Interesting. Anyway, it's been very hot for a while. Yes, there's definitely a heat wave going around Europe. Oh yeah, where I am, Kieran, what's it currently at? It's currently saying 27 degrees tomorrow, and I'm in the northwest of England. If you go down to London, it's saying 31 degrees tomorrow. Oof. And next Sunday, the 17th, it's going to get to 36. "36 degrees in London this time next week. I think. Was it Belgium? Let's search Brussels. What's it meant to be? No. Search Brussels. Nope, 36. Nah. He was saying it's meant to get up possibly around 45 degrees. Paris. Yeah, 39 next Sunday in Paris. So yeah, it is definitely going to get very toasty in many places. But thankfully next weekend it's only going to get to 24 here, and tomorrow it's only going to get to 27, which is still way too hot. It is a perfect time to stay at home with a fan pointing at your face and coding. Except my fan is currently pointing at my feet and legs because it causes too much noise on the microphone if it's pointing at my face, but thankfully my office is fairly well shaded, so we should be okay. So what are you currently coding on, Mackie? Right, what do I... Stick these down here. Kieran, it's your phone. I'm gonna have to just quit Xcode briefly and restart it because it is so slow at the moment. No, it's still slow. Just got your first Mac after years of Linux and you're loving it so far. Just playing around in Swift. Well, I do write an awful lot of Swift. I do it for my contract work. I do it for my own projects, which is what I'm working on now. So if you have any questions about Swift or anything like that, I'm happy to answer them. There aren't too many of us on Twitch who program in Swift, but we are out there. Right, let's create num for transition, and we're going to want num for end action. Actually, do I have the transition in playback? Okay, so we'll probably move that from playback into here at some point. Case, skip, case, wait for track, case, cross fade, a time interval. But yeah, Swift's a very fun language. Can also cause frustration, but it is a lot of fun. Right, so the end actions, what do we end on? You can stop, you can repeat. And then you can go to which would probably we want to store a model ID. Yeah, Xcode. I like Xcode a lot. I will defend Xcode massively. I know some people don't. Like they use Visual Studio or one of the JetBrains ones, and they don't really, and like they think Xcode's a bit underpowered, which in things like refactoring and such, it is. But in other areas, it is just that good and that much easier to use. It makes the power that it does have a lot more accessible. So I'm very much a fan of Xcode. So. Performance of the M1 is insane too. Probably should have went for 16 gigs. Yeah, 8 gigs is a little bit too low. I mean, it's still possible to get by, especially as the SSDs are that fast now. The swap is okay. It's still slower than having it in RAM, but it's a lot better than the days when it was hard disks, where going to RAM was a real massive performance hit. But I mean, the main difference between 8 and 16 gig is just how many apps you can have open at once with performance. So you can generally have a few apps open and be perfectly fine. If you're doing something like me, where I have Photoshop open, Xcode open, OBS open for streaming, I have my my stream overlay, which allows me to do all this, and this is built in Unity, and then at certain points I can also have well, Blender open and Unity open. Let's see, I also have Safari open, I can have Visual Studio open, all sorts. So yeah, I have an awful lot, but I am doing an awful lot. So if it's your first Mac, it should be fine. And the M1, like the performance of the M1 all the way through is really good. And not only that, the efficiency of them, to be able to get the performance that they do at the efficiency is great. Because if you look at like all the benchmarks and stuff, you find, well, they're competing with some of the best Intel and AMD chips. They may not be beating them, but they're competing with them on performance. But they're doing it with a fraction of the power, which is the key thing. So it's like, oh, well, you're not the fastest. No, but we're about as fast as you, and we can do it with about like 3 or 4 times the battery life. So you need to save up for more RAM because your projects have you topping at 80%. I think the lowest amount of RAM I have in a machine, in a Mac, is actually my work machine. But, well, I say work machine, it is from the contract. I've got an M1 MacBook Pro, which is mostly for testing and other things. It's because it's all around the world. It's sort of like, it was easier when someone left the company, it was easier for them to send it to me than send it back to them in another country. So I think that has 16 in it, but I've not had less than 32 in the machine for a while because I just had a lot going on. So though 32 generally is enough. My previous iMac, I had 40 gigs in it because it was an iMac that, like the 27-inch one, you could actually upgrade the RAM, so I managed to avoid Apple prices. So I was actually going to just go for 32 gigs when I got the new my new Mac, but as the Mac Studio comes with 64 gigs base, then it's like, oh, well, if 64 gigs of RAM is the base spec, well, I guess I'm getting 64 gigs. But it all really depends massively on what specific tasks you're doing. Because like on my gaming PC, for the most part, I could get by with 16 gigs of RAM. However, one game that I like to play a lot from time to time is Cities Skylines. And when you get mods and stuff in there, that can easily eat through 20-25 gigs of RAM. So it's like I have just a few use cases on my gaming PC where I need the 32 gigs, but in most other cases I need 16. How much RAM am I actually using at the moment? Yeah, so I am currently using, you can see on here, hopefully, about 49% RAM, so that's about 32 gigs of RAM. But like I said, that is Photoshop's using about 5 gigs, OBS is using a few gigs, there's probably various processes for Xcode and stuff. And the other thing to account for is that macOS is very good at using the RAM available to it. So if it only has 8 gigs of RAM, it will only use 8 gigs of RAM. If you give it more RAM, it will fill up that RAM. Now, I haven't managed to get it to use too much beyond 32, but it can really go up. And the key thing with the M1 is, you've got to remember that that RAM is shared between everything. It's shared between the CPU, the GPU, the neural engine, all of the hardware encoders and stuff, which is a plus and a negative. It's a plus because technically even the lowest end M1s effectively have 8 gigabytes of VRAM. But they don't quite, because you need the operating system and the apps and all the stuff the CPU needs to be in there. Like on mine, I technically have 64 gigabytes of VRAM available to me. Now, bear in mind, what does 1390 Ti? A 1390 Ti has 24 gigs of VRAM. I technically have 64. Again, I can't use all of that, but even if I portion off 16 gigs for the CPU to use, that's 48 gigs of VRAM. That's double what you can get, and that's like 2 3090 Ti's worth of VRAM. So it's like, more RAM does help, but you are going to get, like, you can swap out RAM. Chrome definitely doesn't help. Chrome and anything that uses Chrome, such as Slack, Discord and stuff, they use a lot of RAM. Chrome is not efficient at all. If you want to use Chromium, like the actual rendering engine, Microsoft Edge, even on the Mac, is potentially better because Microsoft has put more effort into optimizing things. Though in terms of just sheer efficiency, Safari is probably the best one. In the Windows context, would you be able to force an application to use the video RAM on your GPU? For like system RAM, no. The video, like the RAM on a GPU, is generally a bit different. So, and it's also tied to the GPU. Now, there are things that you can do to actually speed up the GPU side, where, for example, they're introducing stuff where you can load stuff from disk directly into the GPU memory, rather than having to almost round trip it through the CPU. One thing that I believe this is how unified memory works. One thing that is crucial is if you imagine like the old, like the Intel with integrated graphics, they would basically take a portion of your RAM and just silo that off. Much like if you partition a hard disk and you have like a 1 terabyte hard disk that's split into two 512 gigabyte partitions. It does effectively that and takes a portion of it, and this is GPU memory. And if you want to load something, you've got to load it into the CPU memory for the CPU to work on, and then copy it to the GPU. Now, from what I understand, unified memory is different. It does not have partitions in it. It is one big blob of memory. If the CPU wants to work on something, it loads it into memory, does work on it, and if the GPU wants to work on it, it points to that exact same memory. So whereas you may have like, let's say 50 megabytes of textures loaded, and it loads it into the CPU side and then copies it over to the GPU side, so you're using 100 megs of memory just for 50 megs of textures. On the M1, I believe it just uses 50 megs, so it is more efficient in that manner in terms of memory, in terms of like CPU to GPU. And that basically means that you have effectively infinite bandwidth at that point, because you're not having to do that copy between the two. So, but yeah, Mackie, I am using a Mac Studio, and thank you for the follow. Yes, I got one fairly recently because I've been holding out to get a headless, powerful Mac for a while. I was wanting to do it in 2019. I was hoping for the Mac Pro. And then I realised the Mac Pro is kind of incredibly overpriced at the low end. So it's that was a big no-no, because I managed to ended up going for a 27-inch iMac, which was about half the price, and outperformed the base Mac Pro. So yeah, when they finally released the Mac Studio, it's like, oh, finally, something that I have actually wanted for a long time. So I upgraded. I didn't go quite for the top spec because I don't need the GPU, but I splashed that on the M1 Ultra because programming is one of the tasks where you actually genuinely can benefit from the additional CPU cores. Like if I was just working in Photoshop all day, technically my M1 Ultra is no faster than your M1 because it does a lot of single-threaded CPU stuff. So for like a single thread, single core, your M1 and like my iPad that has an M1 in it is just as powerful as this Mac Studio. It's just when you're compiling, you can use 20 cores, and that is where you get the performance benefits. Especially when you're doing Swift, because Swift, the compiler, is very CPU intensive. I mean, I could probably actually show you how, because this is something they've added in the latest version of Xcode. If I do a clean... Oh, that is going to complain that, so I'm going to get rid of that and that. And we want to get the duration, start time, and predicate. Yeah, if you can afford it and it's something that you're going to be using properly, then the Mac Studio is fantastic. In terms of what you go for, it depends on exactly what you're doing, like how big the projects are and everything. If you need just CPU, the M1 Max one is great. And if you're working on relatively simple projects, like if I was just doing Streamline, I wouldn't need an M1 Ultra. But for contract work and stuff like that, I go beyond needing, like, I need a lot more power. So the M1 Ultra is worth it. Plus, I've been waiting for this for a while. I've technically been saving up for it for a while, so I thought I'd just splash out. But the M1 Max is super fast. So, I mean, the key thing there is that you've got the choice between, do you go for, if you wanted the Max, do you go for the M1 Max Studio, or do you go for an M1 Max MacBook Pro? Because performance-wise, they are equivalent. Like, there isn't really that much difference. Where the MacBook Pro has advantages is it has a pretty amazing display, because it's 120 Hz with huge amount of local dimming zones on it, so it is like ridiculously good. It's possibly the best, well, for everything bar gaming, because the response times aren't amazing, but for everything bar gaming, it is possibly the best laptop screen available, and one of the best screens full stop. And it is portable. Where the Mac Studio is great is that it's going to be a lot quieter, because, I mean, put it this way, I have been compiling, I'm, as I said, running OBS, which is streaming and recording at the same time, doing 3D stuff. These are my temperatures. The CPU is averaging around 45, the GPU is around 43. The fans are going 1000, like 1300 RPM. This is the idle speed for these. There are people that have pushed this ridiculously, and they've only managed to get the CPU and GPU up to maybe like 60 degrees, and the fans are still idling. It's also using 50 watts, 45 to 50 watts of total power now. Now, bearing in mind it is powering 3 displays, as well as all the stuff it's doing. I mean, it'll probably ramp up if I actually do a build. What do we get up to? Not that much more. So, yeah, the cooling and the actual power of this is just ridiculous. So, and the other key thing is the ports. I mean, what do I have? I have, like, for the... You have 4 Thunderbolt ports on the back, is it? 4 Thunderbolt ports, 2 USB-A 10 gig ports, an HDMI 2, 10 gig Ethernet, your high impedance audio out, and then on the front you've got your SD card, and then your 2 either USB or Thunderbolt ports, depending on which CPU you go for. It is a lot of ports for Mac. Now, ironically, still not enough for me. Now I'm streaming, so I've ended up getting a Thunderbolt hub to sit on top to give me some more USB ports, and a dongle for some front audio ports. But yeah, it's one of those things. If you have to weigh up, if you're going for the Max, do you trade in the Air and just go for a MacBook Pro with the Max because you're not losing any performance, or do you want to keep the Air and get a Studio? Or do you splash out for an M1 Ultra Studio if you really want to go all in? I would say do not get the Ultra for the GPU. That it is not worth it. The software, unless it's specifically written for the M1 for Apple Silicon and Metal, GPU stuff does not scale properly. There are some problems there. So, but yes, I was going to show you one of the cool new features of Xcode. Where are we? Perform action. Build with timing summary. Now this will go super quick because Streamline isn't that big. But if I go here, you're a student. Yeah, a laptop is probably going to be better for you. I mean, if you just take a quick look. If you really wanted the power, then what are you looking at? I mean, the other thing is, the 14-inch isn't that much less powerful. It's got a bit less cooling, so if you're doing a lot of stuff continuously, maybe won't be as good. But I mean, for compiling, it's sort of burst workloads. But yeah, getting it. I mean, I wouldn't even go for the Max. I'd just go for the Pro. If all you're doing is like code stuff, because you're not going to take advantage of the additional GPU cores, and it's the same CPU cores. So if you're actually going for a MacBook Pro, the M1 Pro is better for programming. If you're going for the Mac Studio, the M1 Ultra is better for programming because it has CPU upgrades and you care about the CPU more than the GPU. But yeah, potentially like going for, because I mean you've got plenty of 3 Thunderbolt ports, so that's plenty for a lot of stuff, and you can always buy a hub if you need to. But yeah, I mean, what you're looking at, the difference. All the same. Is it just? Oh, that has 1 terabyte. Yeah, I mean, if you went for a MacBook Pro, it may be a lot better for you. Because like I say, you're getting the screen built in, you're still getting a lot of like ports and everything on it. Because the port selection is really good these days. And you can go for the M1 Pro, which is technically saving you money. Because unless you're doing like 3D graphics and stuff like that, it's the same. So yeah, I definitely, if you can get the additional RAM, go for the additional RAM. I'd probably, like, if I was to get one, I'd probably go, well, for me I'd go 16 because I prefer the bigger screen, but for portability the 14 is good, and I'd probably go like a 14, I mean, what's that in dollars? You went for a 14. Make sure you go for the 10 core. That is worth the upgrade. Don't go for the 8 core GPU. Don't CPU. Don't care about the GPU too much. Like I said, unless you're doing a lot of 3D stuff. 32 gigs and probably a terabyte of storage. Yeah, 32 would be good. If you did need 64, you would have to go to the M1 Max, but unless you're like running lots and lots and lots of Linux VMs at once, you can probably get away with 32. I was running macOS VMs on my iMac, and that I only had 40, and I'd never even got above 32 on that. So yeah, what's that? I mean, it's $2,800. So you're talking probably about, I mean, in terms once you add like VAT and stuff on after the currency conversion, you're probably talking roughly the same price in euros. So you're probably talking 2,800 euros, which is a lot, but as a student you can probably get a student discount. I think they also do towards the like save with an educational discount and get a gift card of up to $150 and so on. So they usually do deals where they'll maybe give you like discounted or free AirPods and stuff around July, August, September. So yeah, I would definitely say if you need the portability, trade in the MacBook Air for a MacBook Pro if you need the more power and more RAM. So that would probably do you better than Studio. The Studio works for me because I work from home and I have an office that I work at, and I want like the most power for my money, and having an additional screen in a laptop doesn't really give me that much. So having a headless machine with lots of ports and lots of power that I can plug into my monitors and just have a static setup, that works fine for me. But yeah, the timing summary, this is what I was going to show you. So if we expand this out, this is something that they have added in Xcode 14, and it shows you how Xcode compiles. So it's preparing stuff here, and this only takes about 5 seconds, so it isn't that much. But you can see it's preparing the build, and then it's building. Like this color is for my framework, which is all my data stuff, so you can see that it's compiling all these things. And once that's done, it gets onto compiling the app. And then doing linking and compiling all these frameworks. So this is really cool. I mean, you can see how it's parallelized, because each of these are tasks, and each task is not precisely but effectively run on a core. So this is where my M1 Ultra is good, because I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 simultaneous things. Whereas like on an M1 Max or an M1 Pro, you'd only get 10. On the actual M1, you'd only get 8. So yeah. Oh, don't worry about the help. It's always happy when people come to the Mac and they're trying to work these things out. It makes a lot of sense. And the thing is, if you're coming to the Mac now, even though you'll be tech savvy and you'll know, okay, I know which like AMD stuff I want or Intel stuff and so on, Apple Silicon's thrown a spanner in the works, because how does it compare? What do you actually need for what tasks and so on? And there are lots of intricacies. Like I say, with the GPU, my GPU is not that much faster than the M1 Max GPU, despite having a lot more cores, because of slight architectural things, unless you are specifically writing code for it, and then it's really fast. But yeah, if you're programming and you're not doing a lot of 3D graphics stuff, M1 Pro, MacBook Pro is probably the best bet for you, because you get like I say, a fantastic screen. You can spend money on the upgrades that you want, have the single machine, and like I say, you trade in the MacBook Air. If you do that through Apple's trading thing, what they effectively do, you get your new Mac, you can then transfer your stuff across, and then you ship it off, and then they will give you the money back, I think, at a discount or whatever. I can't remember exactly how it works. It won't be a ridiculous amount. It'll probably be quite a bit less than what you paid for it, but it's money off, and it hopefully give you like the cost of one of your upgrades or something like that. So So let's get back into working on this, because we get to use some fun Swift stuff, which are enum. So we want a transition, which is just going to be skip, and for end action, which is going to be stop. Okay, so we want to do our change stuff. Oh, definitely, MacBook Pro will be capable. I would recommend, like some people usually say, oh, don't get the extended warranty or anything like that. Do get Apple Care on it. You can get it where it is a monthly cost, and if it's a monthly one, it ends up being something that just continues for as long as you have the computer. I don't think it transfers with the computer, but unlike the buying it all up front, but it lasts as long as you have it, and it gives you accidental damage cover and full, like, if things go wrong with it, they will fix it. So I always recommend that, especially for the more expensive Macs. But yeah, it will definitely be an investment. The M2 looks like it is more powerful, but it's not like ridiculously more powerful. To the point where I'd say wait for it. I'd say whenever you can get one at a decent value, which if you're a student is probably getting around this time of year, then I'd say go for it, because that computer will last you a while. This Mac Studio I have, I'm expecting it to last me 4-5 years at least. The only reason my iMac has not, like the iMac I had previously hasn't reached 3 years, is simply because the Mac Studio came out, and it's the iMac was a compromise. The Mac Studio was what I wanted all along. But I mean, the iMac before that lasted me 6 years, so they can last quite a long while. But yeah, if you can afford it and you have access to the discount, then use that student discount. Get as much of it as you can. Right, shovel, transition, end action. Yeah, that works. It's annoying that Apple still charges so ridiculously much for their upgrades, but at least with the RAM you can slightly justify it because it is very good high-end RAM that's super fast in the context of what you're doing, so but yeah, I mean, $500 trading is pretty good for an M1 MacBook Air, so Alright, So return it. And what I probably want to... Let's go to millisecond. Also, if we take the time, multiply it by 1,000. I'm sorry, it's an integer. We'll just start with millisecond accuracy. That should be plenty, because I doubt anyone is going to want a crossfade at sub-millisecond accuracy. And then we can initialize this. Maki, if you haven't seen this, this is one of the best things about Swift, which is how powerful enums are. You can have an enum which has cases. Those cases can have attached values, and then you can have properties and methods to said enums. Keep hitting the wrong key. Yeah, enums in Swift are incredibly powerful. Yeah, just a tiny bit. If you ask people what their favourite features of Swift are, enums will come up a lot, and for me, they are. I absolutely love them. They're incredibly useful and powerful. I mean, where I used yeah, so here I've got a source for a track where it's either none or a file URL. For example, here I have a plist where I've said that this enum is a string. So just by adding string automatically makes it do this. Just by saying it's a string. And then saying it's case iterable basically means that I can do plist keys dot all cases and iterate through each of these cases just by making it conform to case iterable. So yeah, it is. Enums are super cool in Swift. Right, so $3,560 of trading and 30 GB RAM, 14-inch 1TB Pro. Yeah, that's that will do very well. And the thing is, you get the new keyboard, which is supposed to be good. Another thing that you're going to get, which you do not get on the Mac Studio, is Touch ID. So I do not have access to Touch ID at the moment. You can get the external keyboard and so on, but that's an extra cost, and I've got my own keyboard, so you get Touch ID, you get a fairly decent webcam built in, which I've had to buy an external one, so on. So you get a lot of good stuff built into that. But yeah, hopefully if you go for it, that does you well, because there have been a lot of people that ever since 2016, and they've released the Touch ID Butterfly Keyboard MacBook Pros, they have been falling out of love with the MacBook Pro, and when they've released these M1 MacBook Pros, like the one with the 14 and the 16 inch, it's like Apple's nailed it again. They've added all the ports back, a good keyboard, an amazing screen, a lot of power, they last for ages. I mean, that's going to do you wonders as a student. A laptop that you probably don't need to charge, and you can probably get a day or two of work out of on a single charge. Right, I need to else if that let time string equal guard let time string equal string dot components separated by semicolon 1 so let time equal int do that? I can't remember. With no interest in macros prior to the M1, it's a game changer. Yeah, it does change things quite a bit. I mean, I've been using macOS for a long time, but the Apple Silicon does make things a lot more interesting, with pros and cons. For example, people can no longer dual boot with Windows, but it's truly bringing ARM to the mainstream of the desktop and laptops. And it also gives another line of competition for Intel and AMD, which is only going to help push the industry forward, hopefully. So, I mean, you've had Intel, AMD, and Nvidia all competing and battling it out and pushing power usage up and up and up and up in order to get the performance. Whereas Apple's come in and said, oh, we're matching you, but we're also using far less power and pushing power usage as a key element. So the power usage thing is hopefully going to start pushing things in a better direction, especially considering some of the rumours of how much power the next generation of Nvidia GPUs sound like they may take. So, right, so we get that as an integer. I'm going to multiply that by float and divide by 1000. Is it going to complain still? Okay, well, we'll just do that. And then we'll do self equals dot crossfade time divided by 1000. Okay, that needs to be a double. What are you complaining about now? And it isn't. No, else. Then no. Right. Let's do it as a double. So we're effectively going to want to copy and paste this and just tweak it slightly. So we want stop. We want repeat. And we want go to scene, let model ID. That is just going to be our model ID.string representation. Delete. Oh, okay, fantastic. And then here, stop. Repeat. As prefix go to scene. Separated by that. Model ID string. And the model ID should be okay, fantastic. So what we can do now, so the reason I have added our init and our property here is that makes this a lot easier, because up here we don't want predicate start time and duration. That is going to be shuffle, transition and end action. And we can do up here plist. Let's copy paste these. So, Mackie, this is another trick in Xcode that I can show you. So, if you hold Option down and drag, you can do column select. So, if I just click and drag, I'm selecting shuffle. But if I hold Option, like what if I do and drag down, you see I'm selecting all the lines. But if I hold Option while I do it, I'm doing column select. I can then copy, and if I have the blank lines here, I can paste in, and you see I've got 3 flashing cursors now. So if I was to, for example, do Option left, which is go to the start of a word, all those cursors move there. If I do Option right, they go to the end of the word, and I can start typing plist/plist keys dot, and then it's gonna indent them because I'm editing all these at the same time, but I can then do dot row value and implement that there, stick that in. If I control I, that will indent them, equals self dot, and then that has run those in there. And if you want to do something a bit more, like maybe you want to column select, but like how do I column select this? I want to get to the start of self. Well, there are multiple ways of doing it. You could just column select here and then do command and go, like command right, go to the end. But the problem there is, well, now you can see some of these have 3 words, some of them have 2. So another thing you can do is click, and if you hold Control Shift and click, you can add cursors, and let's say I want to skip shuffle, I can do that. So yeah, column select is so good. There's lots of just little things that are incredibly powerful. But this is where the power of those properties that I added on. So for the transition, I'm saving this effectively as JSON. So passing in an enum, I can't actually save that. Like a boolean I can, a name I can, but for example the model ID I have to convert it to a string. The colour I convert to a hex string. But the transition, if I want to convert it to a string, I can now do .string representation. Remember, this is an enum, and I can just call a property on it. Same here, .string representation. And then down here, I want to get the raw values. So I'm going to get shuffle, which is going to be a boolean. And I want that to be a shuffle from plist. Let raw transition string and let raw end action and then what I want to do is guard let raw let transition equals, and then I can do transition with string and pass in the raw transition, else throw model object update errors dot id no attribute not found transition. And then this one can be end action. End action, and then I'll change that to end action. So this is called my init method, and guard basically says set end action to this, and if it's nil, then do this bit here. And then what we can do down here is we're going to do self.shuffle equals shuffle, self.transition equals transition, and self.end action equals end action. So rather than having to do all the stuff where we convert to a string up here or convert from a string here, it's all on the enum. Now there is also another enum here, which is these errors. Because if I go over here, we've got an enum here, which is model object update errors. We have all these cases, so IDs don't match, attribute not found, where you can pass a string for the attribute, and model controller not set. Now, we can do other things, such as we set it to equatable. So if you set it to equatable, you can do like whether two things are equal to one another. It automatically implements that, and as long as like these properties here are also equatable, it again, the compiler automatically generates that for you. But even better, we just add error to this enum, and what that suddenly makes it do is these become errors, which means that you can throw them. So you create an enum with all your error cases, make sure the error conforms to the error type, and suddenly you can throw them as errors from your functions, which makes errors a lot easier to create. So again, enums, my favorite thing. So it has some rough edges in places, though they are fixing quite a few of those recently, but enums are not one of them. So now that that is all in place, what we want to do is go and what were we doing? Trace our scene, we've got our sort indexes. So hopefully this all builds and runs. And it does not. Okay, I'm going to have to go and delete. Take Streamline and just delete that. And we'll start fresh. Where have I stuck all of these? Go to tracks, drag them in. And then we want to add stream. We want to add a playlist. Going on there. Whoa. Okay. Add those in. What is going on there? What? I need to in here now let's do it in the needed load view. Translate, auto resizing masks, false. Let's see if that fixes that error. Not. Yes. Add constraint at the top. Yeah, let's see if that fixes it. Oh. What's going on here? Right. So, see, controller. Split view divider. Okay, so we don't care about that. Let's get rid of some of these because we don't care about them. On the back because we don't care about them, and the so for anyone who's not seen this before, this is Xcode's view debugger, which allows you to see your view in your app in 3D, and it also includes some view controls and so on. So here I can clip from the back, I can clip from the front, and then I can expand, like make it all flat, or I can expand it out. You can see it straight on, or like that, and you can see things such as anything that is flipped. You can see constraints and so on. You can click on things and get various properties about them. You can get the address, so you can work on it in the debugger. So what this allows me to do is find out what on earth is going wrong here. So, subview width. So those are also resizing masks. That is our scroll view. That's the background. That's the visual effect view. We've got a clip view there. And then we've got a collection view. Why this is acting up. Let's just actually delete those. Make this. Let's make it 200 by 200. We want to get all. Got leading, got that, so that should. Okay, let's build and run. Tiny to the bottom. Top space, you got a leading space. Oh, that. Okay, so let's just background that. For now. So let's get rid of the width, and let's make this full width. Show this up. Okay, can I resize that? I can. Okay. Now can I set the scroll view? Oh, I wonder if it was tied to the collection bar. No, that's not letting me change the height. Ah. Curious. Okay, I am going to step away for a few minutes because I need to go get myself a fresh drink. But when we get back, we will try and figure out what on earth is going on here, because this should not be happening. Anyway, see you in a few minutes. Okay, I am back with fresh glass of water. Make sure you are all staying hydrated today in this weather. It is vitally important because I've been dehydrated before in warm weather. It's not very nice. Right. Oh. Well, that's why that is fixed. Because we stuck that on that. Okay. Let's build and run. Let's see if this resizes properly now. It does. Okay, maybe I had just tied the constraint here to the collection view rather than the scroll view. Because as we can see here, we have scroll view, click view, collection. Oh, you've had a look at Coppice. Glad you like it. Yeah, Coppice should be really good for that sort of thing. I'm using it for, well, I use it for all sorts of stuff. One of the primary uses is I actually run a Dungeons and Dragons campaign, and it is really good for building up all of the various bits and pieces about a world and so on. I mean, I've recently added some new functionality. This is what the last version of Coppice added. Let's just grab where are we? World map. Medium. So the latest version, normally you can just have all of your stuff that opens up like this in your canvases, but what I've added recently is, for starters, you can, for example, rotate, but you can crop stuff down, or you can add links. And for example, oh, have I forgotten to fix a bug? I think I've forgotten to fix a bug in Coppice. Okay, we'll have to fix that tomorrow. Do I have small? There we go. I will have to fix that tomorrow. But yes, so I can add hotspots. So I can drag over, I can click there, and then if I want to create a link, I could just say Hespertane, create a new text page, and it's created it for me. But here, I've now got a link that if I click on it, it takes me to my Hespertane document. Or if I have it in a canvas, I can click and it will open it up there. But even better, this is what, and all of this is available in the free version. So if you don't want to pay for it, it's all free. You just get one canvas, and there are a few features that you don't get. You don't get the always show page titles. You can't, like, this is set to automatic, so it matches whatever your current theme is. So you can't switch between light and dark using that. When it does come to the linking, you don't get access to circle or to polygon, which allows you to do, for example, this sort of thing. So those pro features, but the key pro features are the auto linking. So for example, let's see, what's that page? Creating a page. So if I just did hello and then typed creating a page, it automatically creates a link. One of the fun things I've done is Apple provides APIs doing all sorts of machine learning vision based stuff, and it can detect all sorts of cool things. It can do even stuff like pet recognition. But one thing it does is detecting text. So let's say I create a new page, and let's say I call this page, let's say Lokesh var. So if I just type in Lokesh var, you can see here, go into that mode, it has automatically added it there because it's found the text. Let's see, blind harbor here. I do blind harbor. See, it's found it. That is a weird bug. Okay, tomorrow we may start off with some bug fixes in Coppice and see if we can get a bug fix out. I don't know how these did not show up first, but it can tell where the text is, so it does automatic finding. So that's what I was working on the previous version, all this cool stuff, so that was a lot of fun, and we'll be starting tomorrow on the next version. So yeah, like I say, except for those features, it's all the auto-linking stuff, a few additional hotspot things, and then changing some themes and having multiple canvases per document. That's all the pro stuff. But if you don't want to pay for the pro stuff, just use the free version. It is completely free forever. If you don't have those things, all you get is a little thing at the top of the sidebar saying upgrade to pro, and a bunch of few bits and a few like controls and stuff that are sort of greyed out with a pro button next to them. So if you're willing to put up with all those little bits of upsell, then you can use it for free and try it out for as long as you like. And if you need those additional things at some point, well, it's a $20 a year upgrade, so it's good for if you need those things. And if you find that you don't need them, then you just stop paying for it, and you can have the just keep using the free version. So it's all pretty fantastic. And when I finally get round to it, that same Coppice Pro subscription will let you also use Coppice Pro when I finally release an iPad version, because at some point I do want to do that. There's no time frame on that, but it's something I want to start looking into, especially with iPadOS 16 and all the stuff that they're adding to make like desktop class apps a lot better to do on iPad. It's part of why I went down the subscription route, is that it allows me to more easily say, okay, you've got a Coppice Pro subscription. If you have bought that for the Mac, well, it just works on iPad. If you buy it for the iPad, it just works on Mac. And eventually when you buy it through the App Store and stuff like that, again, you'll be able to just do it, and you'll be able to buy it through the App Store on iPad, but download direct from the website on the Mac and still use it across. So you're not having to pay multiple times for the same stuff on multiple platforms, which is something that annoys me. It's one of the things that I'd like to get rid of. Okay, I've bought this, I can use this, the iPad version, I can use the Mac version, I can switch between them as I want. So that's the end goal. It's just the problem is I am one person working part-time effectively on these things. So, but this is why we're switching to streaming Saturday, Sunday and Monday, so that hopefully I can get into more of a swing of things. So we have that there. We can go in here and we can switch that back to the default. So this should now all be working correctly. So I'll bring this across, click, click, click. Fantastic. That took longer than expected. But what we want to do now... do they actually save? No, they do not. Why do scenes not save? Right. Are being added there. Model there. These are being set there. I know why. Because I'm not storing the model ID. Hi, Miss Shubby. Welcome. How are you doing today? How's the weather over there? I hear it's meant to be even warmer than here. Oh, Maggie, yeah. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for joining. And yes, as I say, I stream Saturday, Sunday, Monday now. This will be 1 PM UK time. So I think in Sweden you're on Central European time. So that will be 2 PM. And then I also do Wednesday evenings around 6 PM UK time, which is, what, 7 PM Central European time. So yeah, thanks for coming, thanks for following, and yeah, come anytime. Oh, nice. Nice chill Sundays, always good. I'm just chilling, getting some Streamline stuff done, and then realising, like, showing Coppice off to people and suddenly discovering bugs that somehow never showed up during the testing, so... Right. So, what I am not doing correctly is I am not setting up my... No, I am setting the stream up, I'm just not storing it. So, case stream. So, plist is the plist keys dot stream dot raw value. And what we want to get is $stream.modelid.string representation, I believe. Playlist track. Oh yeah, got that up. But that needs to be there. That needs to be there. I suppose I don't need to go straight into that. I can just do stuff.stream. I need to do if let. So, besides a chill Sunday, how are things with you, Mr. B? Are you getting... how are things going with your apps? Unfortunately, I can never seem to catch your streams because they're always on that early for me. It's nice when you get you do those occasional ones that go a bit later and I can actually catch your streams live. Alright, so if stream, set the stream. And down here, want to get that. Shuby's performing a lot better since you released the WatchOS version. Oh, that's good. I still have not actually done too much with the Apple Watch. It's one of those things of it would be nice to have something, but Coppice doesn't really work with it. Streamline, potentially. It could be quite cool to be able to control Streamline through the watch, but the problem there is Streamline's on the Mac, not on the iPhone. So yeah, it would work, but I've not had as much opportunity with the watch, unfortunately. Going to invest a bit of time and money for localizations. Yeah, that could certainly help quite a bit. Do you have ideas of what languages you're going to be localizing for? Yeah, because there can be options. That. ID. Model ID. Thing. Model ID. So here we're using my special model reference property wrapper so that rather than this storing an actual stream, because a stream object, you can delete a stream and then undo, and that recreates a stream, but it's a separate stream object. So what it does is it actually just stores the model ID and the model controller, and it just, whenever you want to access it, it just fetches the object matching that ID, so that you're always getting whatever live object matches that ID, rather than an object that may have the same ID but isn't actually tied to anything anymore. So that is why we do the dollar. Are we? Do $stream model ID, because here we're just setting the model ID directly. Let's see, Spanish first, then probably Chinese and Japanese. Yeah, I think those can help more, because I've seen it's always one of those things of, in certain regions you can get away with just being English a bit more, especially like around Europe. You can get away, but Chinese and Japanese definitely are a bit more. I think Chinese is always worth a shot, because China is that big that you can, even if it just increases it a bit, the sheer amount of people in China, it can help quite a bit. So, but I mean, this is why one of the few bits of analytics I collect from Coppice is the user's language. Now, I don't get enough information from that yet to really start making proper decisions, but I do notice that Chinese is one of the languages that pops up quite a bit other than English. But it's one of the areas where analytics really helps, is collecting just those few bits of information about stuff like the user's language and so on, because it helps inform these decisions a lot better. So, as you say, sometimes you have to just go out on a limb and try. And if you're going to go out on a limb and try, you might as well do it with like Chinese or Japanese, where they're big countries with a lot of tech-savvy people who are looking for something that like works in their language, and maybe aren't as English isn't quite as prevalent as a second language. Right, so we have all of those in. So hopefully now, when I create some scenes and then I quit and then I run, they appear again because they're linked to the stream. Fantastic. So, what do we want to do? Honestly, I think my brain has just gone for working on Streamline, because we've just got to that point, and as is always the case, I had to do all this stuff just to finally get to the point that I wanted to be at the start of the stream. So I think what we're going to do is let's switch over and do a little bit of fun stuff working on the actual stream. So we'll just close Xcode. I will commit. Not complain about. while Unity is opening, I will just put scenes view to actual object. What is the number for that? 90. Okay, so what do I want in terms of models, upper deck, bridge controls? So, these bridge controls here, if I show you what we currently have, ones I can move around. So, we just step away from the screen for a second. You can see currently there isn't really too much here. It is completely blank. So what I've been working on is a new set of controls. So I still want to do a few tweaks to these controls, so we'll do that now. But we have our console here. We have communication stuff over here. This, as Sinister, I think it was either Sinister or Kieran suggested, a self-destruct button. And then here we have some controls for actually flying the ship. We have some engineering stuff, and we have some stuff here for actually doing weapon stuff. So what I am going to do is just select these, and these want to shift along a bit to here because I just want to expand this engineering stuff out. Just a bit, and then we will oh, I have just had an idea. So I'm going to do that, then I'm going to select all of this, and okay, and then ASCII table. Now you may be wondering, why am I doing this? Well, what is the ASCII for M? 77, and the ASCII for 3 is 51. So 77, 51. So if I just cut that down, M is 77, 3 is 51. So my company is called M cubed, which is M cubed, M to the power 3. So I use M3 a lot in places. So it just occurred to me as I dragged these across, oh, I've got 8 switches here. Well, now I've got 16. Or what if I make the on-off positions with the binary for M and the binary for 3? So what is that going to be? I need to work out. So we've got 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. And 1, 2, 8. So it's going to be 0, 1. That leaves us what, with 13? So 0, 0. That leaves us with 5. That should be right. And 0, 0, 1. That leaves us with 19. So 1, 0, 0, 1, 1. 5, 13, 77. 1, 3, 19, 51. Okay, so if I mean it doesn't particularly matter which way is on, but let's say that down is on. So we have 0, 1, 0, 0. 1. So that one wants to be that. That one wants to be 180. So 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1. And then we're going to have 0, 0. Oh, these both want to be on. It's 0011, 0011. Hey, 51 is quite a fun pattern. So 0011, 0011. M3. Little hidden nod to MQ software in the controls. Okay, so let's just select all of these. That. That along. That looks alright. Yeah, I wanted everything to have that sort of... It's not all touch screens, it's all physical controls and physical buttons. The reason this here looks a little bit like an arcade thing is I have the idea of this is the weapons control, so it would be nice to have a redeem where chat basically says, like, I'm under attack. So I've got to go here and it will zoom into this screen, and basically there's a mini game where I'm playing against chat and chat can do redeems to basically I don't know what sort of game it would be, but chat can do redeems to basically try and knock me down, and I've got to try and get a high score, and chat has got to try and get a high score. So that would be quite a fun thing to play around with. And then I've created these shelf things here, which I don't know which one. Or at least one of them is going to be a plushie shelf. I'm stealing that from Gwilym. I'm going to make little plushies of various streamers, animators. So Dorgan Swift will probably end up here. Gwilym will probably end up here. I might, like, people like Kurzak and Onster, I may try and create little plushies and so on. Just people who I watch who have all these characters and throw them in there. Right, so I want to tidy up the organisation of some of this. And so you've got bridge console. So what we want is a new collection. We're going to call this collection weapons. And this is the joystick. Actually, why don't I create an empty? Do it this way. So Shift A, an empty arrows. I want to rotate it by 31 and 26. And okay, so stick that in there. Weapons. And this empty. The joystick, I am going to parent to it. I go up under parent objects. There. We have these buttons here. Oh, that is useful to know. So rename active object, weapon button up. In hierarchy. And managing collections and stuff is such a pain. what I may end up doing is with all these buttons and all these switches, I may end up deleting the actual button bits and just extruding them and just UV mapping it. Just going to, it's putting a bit more in the texture, but it's just going to make things a bit, because then I need to actually provide textures that I can UV map, but I can do effectively what I think Doig does this, where he just has a bunch of solid colours and he just selects and UV maps certain things. So, because I can also extrude the buttons out. And then I can provide images for all of these in the center and get rid of the planes. So yeah, I'm going to do this. Let's get, so first of all, let's get rid of the planes in these. Because at the moment we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is 32. That's another 11. So we're at 43, 49. And then that would have been another 6. So that would have been 55. Whereas we can reduce it to 1, 2, well, 55, 56 with that. We could reduce it to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then plus 16 is 24. So we can basically half it. Right. Right, so for this, all of these, I want to parent, play parent and keep transform. So, those, what I'm going to do is I'm going to yeah, that is effectively what I'm probably going to do for where it's simple colours, Kieran. For the walls and stuff, I'm probably going to do a full UV unwrap it and then just paint each wall and do it that way, at least as a first attempt. Right, so if I do that, I select that face, I want to do that and do 0.9, oh, scale 0.9, no, to scale 0.9, no, now I can scale 0.9. Okay, so 0.8, that probably looks okay. And then I want to extrude Z by 0.2. Oh. Extrude by 0.2. Okay. 0.02. Okay. 0.01. 0.0. Not 8. They're not even sat on the thing. Screwed by 0.008. Okay, so it is. Okay, so in by 0.8 and out by 0.1. So those I can delete and 3, extrude, cancel, scale 0.8, extrude 0.01. Extrude, cancel, extrude, escape, and then can I can do it all by keyboard. Okay, so those are all done. Let's get all of these done. Delete those. Also, these I'm going to flip out, keep transformation. Those I will be okay, keep parent. So, escape, scale 0.8, 8.01. Okay, so I select that. And I do E. Point. Scale 0.8. E. 0.01. Okay, why that went wrong. Oh. On all. Unless nope. Actually, that point. Okay, so I've reduced those. This. Set dimension. Two. And 4. Each of these we're going to get rid of. And then what we're going to do, 2, 1, 0.5, Actually, no, that needs to be divided by 2, so 14 would make sense. Which, that will let us... Get them extruded. Yes, so, this is how I think we're going to do this. And Kieran, see if this makes sense to you. So this, because I want a grid of 6 squares, the y is 0.21, the x is 0.14. So that means that's going to be 0.07 and then 0.07. So we're going to have a grid. If I loop cut and do one division, well actually I don't even need to loop cut, I can just subdivide the surface. So I subdivide that way and then subdivide that way, I'm going to end up with 6 equally sized things. I want to inset them a bit, so if I then extrude, scale in and then extrude out, that should work. I would hope so. So, in fact, like those, and subdivide, and we want it to be 2. And then what we're going to do is subdivide these by 1. And that gives us our grid, and then I can do that, extrude, cancel, and then scale 0.9. Oh. I don't want to do it like that. Extrude, cancel, scale, point. There's a slight problem here because it's going to be slightly bigger. Because that, if we scale it by 0.9, those are going to be the same, but then that's going to be the same. So what we probably want is point 0.07 times 0.9, 0.63, which means that we're what, 3.35 either side. So 0.35 times 4 is 14 divided by 3 is about 4 point something, so we just want to shift it about 1. So x minus 0.001. Oh. X 0.01. 0.01. Okay, 0.0. Yeah, but I'm wanting like this line and this line and this line all to be roughly the same. So, I mean, it may not be the correct way to do it, but actually, it's not going to matter that much. You're not really going to see it that much. Let's just do it the simple way. I can adjust it later if it is a problem. Sure, any suggestions would work. Ooh. Alt all 6 faces selected, then pick the third in the pop-up to scale inward by using individual origin. Okay, let's undo all this. Alright, so we got to there. So if I select all the faces and Alt-T, extrude individual faces. So that's there. And then if I cancel that and then scale, how do I... How do you scale on individual origins? Is it on the transform orientation or is it somewhere else? Oh, individual origins. Ah, yeah, that works. Thank you very much. So I can do 0.8. So what if, rather than just I mean, I could do like extrude out by that. And you can see there's a bit of a thing there, but I can solve that easily enough. It becomes a problem. Okay, so let's extrude out by 0.01. There we go. We're good. That one we're okay leaving. So let's do this. I'm always up for getting the tips on how to do things more efficiently, because I'm still learning Blender. So, right, so this wants to be 0.14. We're wanting it to be that, because if I do it to the size I want, cut it up, and then I'll scale it down and then do the buttons popping up after I've scaled it down. And then it's 0.35. Yes. That does not seem right. Oh, because it's not scale that I want. I want it dimensions 0.14, 0.35. When it comes to stuff like Blender, I am more than happy for people to backseat game. If I'm gaming, I'm doing it for, like, if I'm gaming, it's like I want to do it for the ability for me to solve the puzzle and get the high of me having solved the puzzle. But when I'm doing stuff for the stream, or like stuff for the stream overlay, or stuff for for coding or anything like that. My goal, yes, I want to solve the problem, but I also want to finish what it is. So if someone points out some way for me to do that faster and more efficiently, then great. I am all for that. So we have this, we will scale this down. Right, so that's 0.7. Let's try 0.10 and 0.25. Okay. That's alright. I mean, I suppose the actual dimensions don't matter because it's just going to be divided proportionally. Right, so we want to edit, select the face, subdivide. Nope, select the edges. Subdivide. That one's good. And one. I want to select these. And subdivide. 4 cuts. Okay, and then we will select. And then we'll alter the individual faces and that, and then scale by 0.8. And then we will extrude by 0.01. Voila. Now we just have these switches, which are going to be, I mean, they're not difficult, there's just an awful lot of them. I am just going to quickly nip for a bathroom break, and when we get back, we'll get these switches done, because what I'm probably going to do is just do one here, and then one here, and just create them. I suppose if I extrude, I subdivide, and then I can just tweak switch. We should be able to do it in bulk, hopefully. So yeah, we'll give that a try. So I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break, and then we'll get back and get that done. I should probably do getting another drink, because that's why I need a bathroom break, because I'm getting through a lot of water today, as everyone else should be. So make sure you're going to get yourself a drink to stay hydrated as well if you're watching. So see you all in a few minutes. Okay, I am back. So, what I am going to try, on the 3 over here first. Oop. Don't know what happened there. I'm going to try on these 3. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cheat versus slightly. So I have 3 buttons here. I'm going to delete that button, delete that button, and I'm going to take this button, delete that, and then I'm going to take this and I'm going to scale it up along its x-axis by 3. Okay, so we've got a plane here, and what I'm going to do is edit this and select the rear face and delete vertices. So now we have our plane. So why have I done that? Because what I can do is take this and while I'm editing it, select these and subdivide. Do that. Subdivide 2 cuts. So now I have these here. So what I can now do is select those, extrude, cancel. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. That. Alt E, extrude individual faces, cancel. Scale 0.9. Select the basic. Fine. I can't remember how you do an int. Actually, what is the size of this? And make that what? Each of these be, let's say, the equivalent of 2 to 3 ratio. So if the x is 1.12, then that is 0.4. So 2 to 3 would be 0.06. Which means that if I wanted to have 0.9 of 4 times 0.9, well, if I wanted to offset by let's say 0.1, so that would be 2 in either direction, 3.8, 4, 0.95, and 5.8 divided by 6, so 95. So 0.93 Oh, that would be 0.9. So then 4.3. Right. 5.4. So 3.4 divided by 4.8. 5. Okay, so 859. So I have the want to scale by point. Want to do x by point. Scale x 0.9. Scale 0.9. But y wants to be 0.5. Okay, so if I scale 0.9, local axis, okay, and I want to extrude along the normal, so the individual faces extrude individual faces by 0.01. By 1. Then we want to Alt E. Cancel. Scale 0.09. 0.9. 5. Local. And then the extrude individual faces by 1. And then we have face. I'll subdivide each of those, and then I'm going to select that face, that face, that face, and G. Now, yeah. So GZ by minus 0.0. That looks alright, minus 0.005. Okay. So here let's delete that. Right. So we want it to be 3 by 2. So if that is going to be 0.1, 2, that is going to be 0.06, not 3 by 2. 3 by 2 will be 0.9, not 0.09. Okay. So therefore that needs to be multiplied by 5. Well, let's scale it up. Right. So if I go to X-ray, edit, select that face, delete vertices so that we have a plane. Then I want to select subdivide 4 angons because we want 5 switches. Then I select all of these. Alt E, business addresses, and I want to scale 0.09, not 0.9, but the X wants to be 0.85. Then Alt E by 1. B by 1. Oh. One. Alt B, cancel, scale 0.9. The X wants to be 0.85. Then scale, through the individual faces by 1. And I want hide those, and then I want to select edge, edge, edge. Oh, not that edge. That edge. Grab Z. Minus 0.05. 0.5. Okay, I'm gonna undo all that because I think I need to really change this. That. Doing yeah, what is how much is that? 0.43. So 0.433. Yeah. And this wants to be 0.433. 433 divided by, must be 3 by 2, so divided by 10 times 2. Right. 3 by 2 and 3 by 2 and 3. No, so that's a 3. But what I actually want it is to be 6, is it? So it is going to be 0.433 divided by 12 times 3. And then I should be able to go in, subdivide this by 5. There we go. And then I can do all what I did before again. Cheers, Alt-E, cancel, scale 0.9, then 0.85, Alt, and Alt-E 1, Alt-E cancel scale 0.9. 0.85, and then we do it again by 1, and I want to select edge. Edge. Okay. So now to subdivide these, and then I will select that, then grab Z minus 0.005. What I can do is if I can shift that down there. I can shift this one down and basically hide the plane behind the face. That is looking a lot better. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is just select all those, select that, select that. Let's just hide that so. Those and that, and delete. That I want to delete this. That's that. Okay, so I've got my this there. So this, how tall do I want it to be? 2. Make it 0.15, and this wants to be 0.15 divided by 3 times by 16. that isn't going to work. So, 1, 2, and we'll do just this divided by times 12 volts. And that one. And let's just change that to 0 because this will make things just a bit easier for a little bit. Okay, so what we're going to do is take this tab, want to subdivide that, actually divide that, add these 7 cuts. Ooh, that's wrong. Okay. Point 1, 2 by 3. This is 1 times 16. Oh no, because it is too high. Alright, so that is why it wasn't working. So if I do that, it's 0.15 divided by 6 times 16. Okay, so we might be able to get this to a 0.18. By 6 times 16. Okay, that should do. So then we're going to 0 them out, bring this up, and then we can get onto this. I'm sure there are probably faster ways of doing this, but you live and learn, at any rate you live. That looks better. Right, so with all of these faces selected, we are going to option E, along individual faces, cancel scale by 0.9. And want X to be 0.85. And by doing it this way along a plane, all of the things are distributed perfectly. So Alt E, extrude along faces 1. Alt E, extrude along faces, cancel, scale by 0.9. Want the X to be 0.85. And then we want to Alt E by 1. There could do with being bigger. Alt A versus by 2. Let's say 1.5. Okay. And we Alt E, cancel scale 0.9, 0.85, and Alt E. 0.5. Okay. Then got this fixed. It's just selecting all the edges.
Our sons and daughters. You can fall asleep on sheets of gold and wake up as a pauper. We all get old, we all slow down as the walls they close. We fall.
I want that one. This is the interesting content you all came here for. Me going round and selecting a bunch of boxes. Okay. How many buttons am I thinking of doing? Well, I think this is pretty much all of the buttons that I'm probably going to stick on here. Now I need to actually implement this again. So I said this being down is on. So if it's towards you, it's on. So I need off, on, off, off, on, off. Oh, not that one. Off, on. And then for the second one, it is off, off, on, off, off, on. If I go here, I want to grab Z. It was -0.00. That's 6. Okay, that should do. Okay, so now I have one solid block, which I can rotate by 31 and by 26, and then shift it. Select it. G, Z. Okay, you go down until. Okay, that is want. And G X. About there. G Y. About there. Okay, so everything is simplified down. So what I can do now is rename a bunch of these. So we have our joystick. Here we have that. Weapon button up. That is weapon button bottom. That is weapon button middle. Okay, and then we want this, which is left screen, which I am going to parent. Parent to that. Nope, didn't want to do it. That. Parent. Go, and that is weapon green. So what do we have here? Pick that there, and rename that is going to be engineering. Play. So collection. Here. And delete that. Oh, for engineering. Well, let's take that. Those into in collection. All of these are going to move in collection. Those to in collection. Okay, so we have engineering switches, engineering buttons, and left, engineering right. All of these are going to be parented that. Okay, so then we can, what do we have here? We have rack controls. So we have comms button top left, comms button top right, bottom left, bottom right. Have those. Okay, so that parented. This is comms switches. Right speaker and left speaker. Parent those. Go. So that is self cover. This now go. Right. Then I want all the flight controls, so I want to create another empty. Rotate by 1. Hey. So. Rename. Light stick all. Light controls, which is going to be that. Yeah. Power handle. Power. That is parented. Okay. That I want to parent to that. This light button. Light button on. Like, I'm almost never going to use these, but it's probably better naming them now. Right. Left. Right. Switches. So that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that. That. I want to parent to that. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do, which will be tomorrow at this point, is we're going to texture these and then bring them into Unity. Basically deleting the console that already exists and bringing this into Unity so that we can have our full console. And I'll probably want to change the camera that I have there to work a bit differently to what we currently have, because if I go and show you, you'll see it focuses on the center bit here. So I mean, if I zoom it out a bit, it may capture the whole thing, so maybe good. I also want to swap around. At the moment, if I use the left joystick, I can move around like this. And the right joystick moves me around like this, but forward and backward goes like that, where most of the time I want to go like that. Where when I'm doing that, that is holding R1 while doing this. So I may want to flip those around so that this is the standard, and then holding R1 to go up and down is sort of like this is the extra thing, because I don't need to do this as often as I need to do this, because it lets me talk a lot better. And at some point I would like to have it where I can well, just while I'm idling, just have the screen move gently back and forth. Just a little bit, and then just look up. That just have it, just look around a little bit, just occasionally. Just occasionally just shift the head around there. And then eventually I am going to create a menu system. I've said this before. I want a full menu system that will probably be either hidden above or hidden sort of down here below the overlay. Yeah, an idle anim. So I want just some basic idle anim where I just... It's not like an idle anim where I'm just like constantly doing something. Because I mean, if I get close to the camera, you can just see. But let's go around here. I would also like it if I start moving in a direction to, after a while, if I'm not, like, if I move and I haven't, like, moved like this, where it will just swing me back to the direction I'm going, maybe. But yeah, you can see I have I have the blinking, I have the scroll line. So just for sitting there, that is fine. But, I mean, I want to make the mouth a bit more expressive, possibly. Just work a bit better. Maybe have it animate smoothly between various shapes or something. But that would take a bit of work. But yeah, I'd also potentially want to have just looking around. Just like I'm here. I'll be looking, and then I might go, and then after a little while I might just look around, and just in a certain area it's just you're just moving your head around something, and then maybe it just turns around to look at the screen for a bit before turning back. So it's less an idle animation, but more just when I enter an idle state, it will just, like, now I've got my hands off the control, it would be nice if I just moved around and I looked at the camera, but then looked a little bit away from the camera as you do in the conversation, because you don't always look directly at the person you're speaking to. You'll look at them, and then you look just around a bit as you're sort of thinking. You might look down a bit before you look back at them. So just those little bits there, because most of the expression is in the head, but it's just like also working out the menu system that, like I say, will probably might hide at the bottom or the top. I'll probably redesign all of this overlay stuff when I get round to that, but I want a menu that I can see that you can't, so that I can, for example, use a menu to change expressions, do a menu to, for example, change microphones or perform various tasks, and so on. So I'd still have like hotkeys and stuff, but have a menu system where I can basically go through and change all sorts of things. Eye jittering. You mean like how Doygan Swifty can sort of move their eyes around on their character? Or do you mean maybe like as I turn away, the eyes sort of move to the side and track the camera a bit, or... Yeah, stuff like that would be fun to do. I mean, the problem is how this is all set up. Like, I have... In fact, let's go back in. I will show you how the face is set up. Let's see. I go to Bulky Bots, Textures, Face Map. Not permission to open it. There we go. So this is how it works. I have a face map, and then I have sort of an accessories thing. So here I have my, if I show you, this is my happy expression, or rather my plain expression. So I have left eye open, left eye closed, right eye open, right eye closed, mouth open, and then the background color. So then I can go to happy, where I have a different thing here. Worried, which is this column here. confused, which is this column here, which I don't like the open mouth of quite as much. And then angry, which is here, but it has a different colour. I also have different accessories. Now these don't line up quite the same, because for example that's worried, that's confused, whereas worried here is above confused. But I have all the different glasses, so that is like happy and plain, then angry. So I probably want to rearrange this so it matches up to this. But the idea is that I have these maps of like all of the face has the same texture. I just shift, the eye is set to sort of this block, and when it blinks I just shift to that and then back. And the right eye is set to here and it shifts to there and back. And the mouth is set to here, and when it opens it shifts to there and back. So that all lets me have all this here. I can add additional expressions below, and all I need to do to shift expressions is shift down. And the logic for blinking is always the Y is whatever the Y is, just shift the X a lot and go back. So I can shift the Y to here for worried, and then the blink just shifts along, and same for the speaking. So it's just shifting stuff along. Now the reason I've done it this way is that I want to allow you, as the users of the stream, the people who are able to control the Pilkybot, to change the desktop picture. And changing the desktop picture, there may be a version of this that is just all green on black. Or there may be a pixelated version that looks more like the emotes, and it's just really big pixels and so on. And if I want to do that, all I need to do is basically swap out the texture. So all the logic for like doing the expressions and switch between them stays the same. I can add as many of these as I like, and I just need to create a new texture map, and all the code stays the same. I just need to add code to swap out one texture for another. So that is what I want to do, and the problem there is that makes certain things a bit more difficult. For example, neatly animating between expressions. Now I can do that. It just means that I need to add a lot more, like make this map a lot bigger and add a lot more of the mouth expressions in, so I can sort of do almost like hand animated mouth open, mouth closed. That is entirely possible. I wouldn't want to do it too smoothly because I like the almost like jankiness of it's just computer flipping between two states. So that helps. That's okay a bit. Moving the eyes around, I could do that because they are actually on layers, like the planes on the face. I could actually move the planes around potentially. So that's something I could do. So yeah, I mean there's just so many ideas for things to do. I have this whole spaceship that I want to do, and it's like, do I make these controls do anything? Well, like the communication, I'd like it if a raid comes in to be able to go to the communication thing and look at the screen and actually have the person appear on the communication screen. So yeah, there's lots of stuff that I would like to play around with, but yeah, that's for another time. Anyway, I need to go and get some food and watch the Formula 1 because I have not seen the race yet, so I need to go and watch that. And then I'm playing D&D tonight, so I have quite a fun evening left. So what we are going to do is Uli is online, so we're going to go and raid Uli because Uli is our friend. So I want to let's see, slash raid Uli. Wait, that's set up. There we go. So that is all set up. So I want to thank you all for coming. It has been a wonderful stream. We've managed to, well, mostly do yak shaving on Streamline, but we've done a decent amount. Our Streamline is now going to switch to the Wednesday evening streams to work more on that. I'd hoped to have got it to a point where I could actually use it before switching back, but I really need to get started on the next version of Coppice. So we'll be starting Coppice tomorrow, do some more stream stuff, and yeah, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day, a wonderful rest of your weekend, and until tomorrow, same time, same place, happy coding, and let's go see Uli playing Vampire the Masquerade.